People arrive again.
Hi. What'd it do? What'd it be? Scourge me up. Oh no! What did I do that? I always do that. Oh, I lag when I stream, huh? That's not cool. I have to make a well, I think. Yeah. Oh, I can make something cooler. But I need to make a well first anyways. Yeah. Where will the well go? I think I can't.
Rat room.
Yeah, you like that? Rat room? Or I wanted to make rats. Now we have a rat room. We really have no more stone bricks? Jeez, I guess not.
This just you in our home?
Yeah, well, Marco's too, but Marco's not playing right now. He's working. And then Giles is on the other team, but they're way ahead of us. They've been playing ham. We haven't seen them at all. I don't know. Maybe they're not playing right now. Waiting for Chris and his friends to play, if they even play. Who knows? Then we'll probably reset the server because you can get ahead of people and you can just have better gear and more better gear, more spells, etc. What do I got in here? I got glass. Glass. Did I have scourge stones in here? Guess I have nothing in here now. Did I leave them in here? No. I'm trying to find the scourge stones, but I don't think we have any, which is a shame. Or I need what do I need? I need quartz. I need quartz, and I need scourge stones and morning lilies, because we're gonna make these bottles of holy resistance to get in there. At least I think that's what you need.
What's the potion do?
Increases holy resistance. You know how you were burning in that area?
No.
You don't remember that?
You were burning.
No, you were dying, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, but Marco's in this is in this team. Me, Marco, and Or, and then there's Tuck, Giles, and his friends. Giles' friends. It's mostly been PvE though. That's right, I have no stone brick. Oh, cringe. No, I must have it somewhere. Oh, I'm trolling. Trolling my organization. Yeah, here it is. That's what I figured. The moon! Also, it's a good time to fish, or if you want to fish, you can get quartz. If you want to get quartz. The morning stuff, I think it's up north. Oh, you're that's where you are.
Yeah.
I need ghost mushrooms. Pristine hides are good too. I don't know what it is you're doing there, but that works, I guess. I don't know what. Oh. What do I want to do here? I want to make the well. Right, I want to make the well. Exterior wells. Huh, how am I going to do this? How much room do I have? Like a recipe on the floor over here. What the hell?
Is it any good?
Oh, in fact. Merciless crossbow. I need to get these trees out the way to make room. I want to make like an outdoor area. It's my idea anyways. Hopefully it pans out. Really just need the well for filling up bottles. How do I do that? I have no idea. Oh, okay. What's Or doing? Why is he here? I don't know. Is there anything interesting there, Or besides spiders?
Scales.
What the X?
There's a boss there that Or pinged. This is our markers. We can take it off, see. But there's a boss there that we killed. I'm not sure why he's there. Or I told you to fish. You can fish for scales. Or please. It's your time to shine. No one else's.
I don't think you realize how bad that is fishing.
It's really that bad.
I fished twice. I got a bone and a glub or some shit. Neither of them give you scales. I mean, maybe if you fish up here, it's better. I don't know.
You could try.
I think the dark iron's up here.
I mean, I guess we can kill another boss. We don't have to kill that guy. Just go for something else for the moment.
Yeah.
That one seems kind of annoying. Don't need those mushrooms that you're very close to, so if you can get those, those should be easy.
Where are they?
On the floor, I would assume.
I'll look for mushrooms. Trippy shrooms?
The next guy is around you, I think. Try checking up here.
Layer that behemoth is right here.
Got a boss?
I mean, it's gotta be. I don't know what level it is. There's a nest of the Curse Weaver right here, too. I'll go run up there and take a peek.
He's a soul taker, foul rot soul taker. And who else? The Duke of Balaton. Just a frog guy. Wilfred the werewolf chief. Holy resistance flask. Just gives you the recipe though.
Matka, the Curse Weaver. Skull, I don't know what level it is.
The Skull Weaver?
Matka, the Curse Weaver.
Curse Weaver. Alright, let me see. There's another guy around there somewhere that's a little lower level than that guy. Curse Weaver, I don't even see him on the list. We need Soul Taker. Let me make sure he's actually there, but I'm going to you. It's almost daytime too. Yeah, he's over here. Like to the east.
Elden Ring Bear.
Yeah, he's all fucked up. They give me a lot of stats. That's perfect. He's like more east. He's not down there. Oh. Oh.
I'm sure he's fine. We just leave him alone.
He's more east.
Monka S. Who was that?
That's the boss. You can't be in the sun either, we'll start burning. It's hard to fight a boss when the sun is attacking you. This is Ghost Crystal. Guess it's fine. I thought it was gonna be worse. Dude, look, if I stay in the stun, I'll start dying. No bueno. Get me out of here, I'm stuck. Oh, he must be up north. Oh god, spiders. No, that's a spider cave. Where the hell is this guy? Oh, he's south.
Oh, yeah.
You saw him?
No, there's just a camp there. It's like obvious that it's for a boss.
Nope, he's east more. Oh, Jesus. Or help.
Coming.
Come faster. Come in through this way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's in here. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked. Oh yeah, there he is. Oh, he aggroed. Oh boy. Oh, there's a bunch of shit here. It's time for AoE. Alright, there he's gone, let him leave. Oh my god. I'm gonna need... I have a 91% blood, but I'm gonna need more blood.
Same.
So, doggy here. Oh boy. He has friends, amigos, compadres.
The cavalry is here! The cavalry is here!
There's like 15 skeletons.
Come with me to hell!
Oh, he's spawning these as girls?
Oh no.
There's just so many of them.
Caitlin's.
Come with me to hell!
Or I'm gonna run away. Oh, that's not a way. That's not a place to run away.
Time to take the reins!
This is not cool.
Oh, you baited me.
He's coming. He sees me.
Take the reins! Come with me to
This,
hell!
wait, where are you?
I died. It
He knows.
Yeah, I know, but where?
teleported back.
Oh, you teleported? Okay. I'm still aggro on him, but
Time to take the reins!
ow! He gave me his penis. Alright, waiting for you then.
Reins!
Oh, I can't. Oh,
Come
fuck.
with me to hell!
Oh, I'm definitely dead, or.
Time to take the reins!
Akbar.
Oh, they're blowing up on me. I'm still alive?
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
I'm there.
Time to take the reins! Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell! Time to take the reins!
Or you're almost dead.
Time to take the reins!
Get out of here, or and just try to heal up.
KEKW.
me to hell! Time to take the reins!
Oh!
Come with me
Oh,
to
we're gonna die! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die for real this time. Are you back, or?
Time to take the reins!
Yeah.
I'm dead. Fuck! Stay alive, I'll come back. When he summons all those girls, you just gotta run away from them
Wow.
Time to take the reins!
and just line of sight on them, because they'll do like a bunch of dives. You don't want to be around when they do that. Just want to LOS them.
Oh shit, dude, I'm out of blood.
Well, looks like we're restarting. I'll wait for you. He's not that hard. Just gotta not die. Just gotta attack when you can attack, and not attack when we can't attack. When he's summoning all those ladies, you can't really do anything to him.
No!
You die.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
This is a 41%. It's 34. 40. 41. Nothing good. I'm gonna try bow. We should probably try. Do you want to try scythe? That's damage to undead.
Sure.
Can I give that to you real quick? Does that work like that? I dropped it right here. Ready?
Yep.
Stand it. Oh, right. Don't stand in it then. You're like not even full health.
Come
I should.
People arrive again. PPHOE.
To hell!
Well, these you gotta run away from these girls. There's so many. Oh boy.
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
Alright, run away, run away. I'm over here to this little area I like.
Time to take the reins!
Mushrooms. Water park. There were so many Brazilian butt lifts. Reminds me that Jeff.
Come with me to hell!
What? Why am I?
Uh-oh.
Time to take the reins!
There's too much. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Coming.
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
Kate Lynn's.
Or are you running back? Or dies too much, man. It's like 1,000 times harder. Oh my god. Oh, there's a werewolf in here.
Take the reins!
I'm dead.
What is death penalty?
You drop all your items. And you lose durability.
Is he playing support in your vein?
He's not playing anything. I don't know what he's doing. He's just playing death. Just dies. And the more people that you fight a boss with, the more ads it spawns. But those animals are not the ads. Animals are just respawns from what we killed before. I'm not really paying or anything. I just wanted to try a crossbow. And
Worry churn.
Jesus.
Is there a Chun-Li or 2B skin in this game?
Nope. I'm getting fucked. What the fuck? I got killed.
DD.
Just a bunch of werewolves spawned and massacred me. Just assassinated me.
Oh yeah, there's like 5 of them there.
Do you lose your first skin?
What's what skin? What are you talking about? Skin?
First body, I mean.
Body? You don't lose bodies. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean like the loot that was dropped? No, it's still there. It's like a lootable thing.
You're all mine.
Anybody can loot it. Just a bag on the floor now. I don't really have anything. I don't have anything to loot. I didn't come. I came here with the intentions of not having anything on me. It doesn't really matter, even if it did disappear.
So you lose materials, not the equipment.
You don't lose your armor, no. That would suck. Not even in like a oh that's fun type of don't die type of way. The fights in this game are so hard. They're not simple.
Action is coming for ore.
Yeah. Man, fuck this guy. My gloves are dying. It takes a lot just to repair this shit, man. This shit's not cheap. Alright, or give me the scythe back.
Was the Stanley Parable on this VOD?
No. I literally just started streaming like 10 minutes ago.
Did you watch Final Day Sumo yesterday, Will? 46 it says. Was that yesterday's VOD?
Oh, yeah, I guess 46 minutes. I've been filming 46 minutes.
Nah
We've been-
man, I've been Mia. It where I am today. I thought it was Saturday all day. Need to stop going to them ska shows.
Come with me to hell!
How was the sumo?
Come with me to hell!
Yokozuna won. If he lost it would have been for WAY playoff. Spoilers.
Or I should just leave.
Watching the highlight now.
Time to take
I was
the
here.
reins! Come with me to hell!
CHUN1 CHUN2 silly champ people arrive again.
Time to take the reins!
Or have no health already. I don't know.
JAM Chun Hips Nezuko Jam.
It is the cringe.
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
Sumo looks fun as fuck. I wonder what getting by a massive dude like that is like.
To take the reins!
Fuck these stupid banshees, man.
Come with me to hell!
Those ads look annoying as fuck.
They are annoying as fuck.
I just wanna throw the salt.
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
Look, come with me to hell. Holy shit, I hate this guy. So it makes him invulnerable. He's cast these idiots. Oh my god.
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
I was here. KEKW.
Oh my god.
Time to take the reins!
If you can avoid that counter you look like might be good, but if one of you hit that thing, someone is taking a huge punish.
Or you gotta go. You're not doing anything here with no health.
You can't. I'm out of blood, so.
You gotta. Yeah. I'm out of blood too.
KEKW.
Time to take the reins!
Running back.
Time to take the reins! Come with me to hell!
Hope you come fast, because this is not gonna last very long.
Time to take the reins!
Or
I'm coming.
I killed him.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Wait, yeah, I killed him. Holy shit.
He's down.
Or I have like
Pog.
no blood,
think-
and my health is about to get drained. I have 0.4 liters.
How long he sit like that?
It's a good long while. A good long while. Like 2 minutes. Oh my god. Wait, get on him!
I think you need to go in with DMG Redux doing these.
Easy.
DMG Redux? I mean, we could do it at a higher item level, and that would have been faster.
LVL 3 blood. You only had 2. What did you get for that?
It's hard to get level 3. You get like a ability. I don't know which one I got. I have no idea. This never it doesn't have a very good UI telling you what it was that he gave you. You gotta check here. I think is the best way. Who was he? He was this guy.
Okay, I'm gonna go deliver this stuff.
Mist
I think
Trance.
that might be
What the
it.
hell
Oh
is
my
that?
god, there's the vampire hunter Vlad.
And I had a level 80. I had 80%, so I had like 4. Doesn't matter. And it's not damage. It's not that much damage reduction. You just gotta learn how to play the game. Damage reduction is not gonna help you that much. The hell's Mistrance? Is that like a? I hope I wish this UI was better. What the hell's Mistrance? Oh, okay. Block projectiles for 2-1. Turn on to teleport. I don't know. That's weird.
Mystic Trance.
When Orr popped his counter and you took 3 DMG, you
that
should
was
play
very
better.
good.
Mine.
I mean, I just gotta have a counter. I have a dodge. I can just react. Can I have it so Ore doesn't fuck me over? Sure. I mean, that helps.
Do you have this game, Will? I bought it, and still haven't logged in.
Oh my god. He isn't logged in. He likes to give Will advice. The clown that he is. Where was the other guy you said it was a skull? We might have to just make new gear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're a new gear. Like, that guy's level 72. You got plenty to build now anyway, and it's late. I think we got like 400 scales. Oh my god.
ID login, but I burnt too much serotonin today. Doing what? Shrooms in water park.
%95 worker.
Ooh.
The bad I'm gonna waste most of this blood on healing.
Feels good, man.
There's no way around there.
They had some fucking like fake wave thing. I was popping off. Did a barrel roll and Titanic all in one go.
Oh, the well?
Yeah, what's it? Oh, for water.
Yeah. Change these abilities, they suck. I like this one. This one's fine. I mean, it heals a lot. We'll test this one though.
Alright, man, I'm gonna hit the coffin. I'll catch you later.
Alright, see ya.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it says both coffins are yours. I don't know how this game's supposed to work with co-op.
Wait, what?
Both these coffins have your name on them. Like, I can use it, but like, I don't think I can spawn here. I have no idea how this game works. For co-op. Yeah, whatever. I'll catch you later.
See ya. The rat room. Turn into a toad. I really don't care about that. guy's 64. Jeez. Where is he at? He's probably up there somewhere. Yep. Northeast. Let me try to solo him. If not, I don't know. Maybe play Stanley. Huh? Is he off of me? Yeah, he is. Is he in here? He might be, yeah. It's a village. He's a chief. Oh, there he is. Right? Nope, that's just a regular. Oh, there he is. Big fucking boy. Oh, he's huge.
I smell blood. I smell flesh.
Oh my god, dude, he's just going ham. Yeah, I need a fucking, yeah, I can't beat him with this setup. I need a counter. My god, I'm dead. Makes sense. These guys are walking hard. This blood coil shit is garbage. So much death. Do I like that shield or should I go with this? Unholy Shield. Let's get some boys with me. Wait, why is there two of them? There's two of them. There's two of them. What? He's gonna be gone now, isn't he?
You got no idea who you're dealing with.
I killed it. I don't know. Oh, there's a chest just spawned on me. It's not up. Cool game. Exquisite heart. There's one werewolf here. think I hurt. Alright, he's up finally.
Snapping bones, blood, I can taste it. Let me have a taste. 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 Hold still. Let me have a taste. Hold still.
Oh my god. Too hard. Guy just heals himself to full.
Snapping bones, blood, I can taste it.
Dog sham.
Turned into a fucking human. I can't kill him. So dumb. I don't know if I would have killed him though. He heals. How did my guy get out here? Oops, I put the pristine in the wrong place. We need so much ghost yarn. That is a lot on the way, though. Oh, a rat friend. Put him here with his other buddies. How do I even make this shit? Is it in here? Get into furnace now. Spectral dust I can make. Oh, silver ore. I don't know how to make that. I don't know how to get that. Silver? Has to be over here. Maybe I need this. I don't know. Oh wait, no, I think that's to learn better recipes. Like this.
FFXV Nezuko Jam.
I was just thinking, hey, I don't like this music.
KEKW. Think this song plays like half the game.
These yarns take way too long to make. Oh my god. Can I make another? Like 8 of these things? Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna explore a bit. We get a horse here. Oh, there's a horse here. Horse?
When FF16
Soon.
feels bad, man.
Have you even played Final Fantasy 7 Remake? Should play it. Combat's pretty fun.
Maybe I play. Been staying awake on my days off just watching TV since nothing else to do till 7 AM.
Well, I told you to play it. Didn't you download it on your computer? Where did my horse go?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was binge watching The Wire lately though.
nice. Is that thing in HD? Ow. These guys, I can't even see their level.
I
I'm out
forgot
of
to
here.
check.
Oh, my horse is gone. Those guys are too high level for me. Good exploration. Solid. Oh, there's garlic here. Come on. Don't let me heal. I'm getting garliced up.
Garlic. KEKW.
Somebody loaded this already? Huh? Garlic, I have, I guess, so many stacks. Too many garlic stacks.
What garlic debuff do?
I take more damage. So I taken it right now. I'm 84% more damage taken and like 46 damage less damage done. You got some flowers here. See if I can grab them. Oh shit! Nope, never mind. Just get the fuck out of here. In that place is like a holy. They got like crosses and shit, and me and Or tried to go in there. We were getting fucked. The Lord is there. Oh, really? Just gonna have to go either. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to. I'll call it 69% blood.
Nice.
So I can try to kill the werewolf again.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of roaming packs. This thing is still churning. Throw the fish in there. Throw some glass in here. Yeah, and also I gotta get rid of this garlic, so basically AFK mode. Maybe I can make a piece of gear. Let's see. Barely. Gonna make one piece. Whoops. Do the water here. I think the weapons. Oh shit, are we low on hides? Oh. I mean low on leather? Looks like it. Hey, I got a piece of gear. Hooray! What's my set piece though? Set piece bonus. For what though? Nothing. I gotta make the whole set for it to matter. On the forge.
Who is Fred?
Big Fred. Boy. It's a servant. I sent him to the Dunley farms, I guess. I haven't really used servants at all. Just been trolling. Where's the percent chance to succeed? So I gotta add them first. 0% sounds legit. I might need to get him some friends, because he can't really go in by himself. And or doesn't want to grab a minion because who the fuck knows why. He needs to get the perfect 100% super rare SSR minion. I don't think, does that even fucking matter? Just to blow up walls. Is that working? Bro, who knows? What is going on? Hello, 12. Oh, perhaps I have. Yep. Oh, Jesus. How? Why? How? Why? Why am I even doing this? How unfair is it to like people? Pretty unfair, I guess. Right, great. Oh, I might need to do this. Yeah, let's do that.
It's very fair.
Let's see how.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Does that sound fine?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed the buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
A little loud.
Yeah.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is it really loud? I can't really adjust it too much. I mean, I could lower it. I'd lower it. There you go.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Can I always close that?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Oh.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. Alright, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Great. I have a sticker of a bucket on my bucket. What else?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I guess it's outside time now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm gonna go downstairs, see what happens with this bucket.
But But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
Oh no,
Left his post
not this
for a
again.
house. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
I thought with the bucket would be different.
all because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms.
Oh wait,
and
it's
how
different.
crazy
Wait,
he
it is different. What?
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Fuck, it is different.
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience
My bucket.
without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. Indeed, now he noticed that the runes were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Literally, he rushed forward from room to
Oh shit, it is here.
one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were
Wait, are there buckets everywhere now?
Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find
My
the
bucket has a sticker.
Return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly
Bucket share.
painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course. Ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Well,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
that was a
be?
bad ending.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I still got my stickers.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Feels good, man.
I got my bucket. Let's hope we don't lose it. Bad things happen.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh shit.
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. Joe, what do you think about that painting? Is that true? Is that how you do business?
D.
Let's see if this elevator is still troll.
Worry churn.
It is, by the way. It is still troll.
Mass Effect 1 elevator.
No, it just doesn't go anywhere.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oops.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Should I do the thing? Should I jump down?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty...
Or should I make a left? Is there a left here?
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Should I go left? Or should I go to the mind control facility? I'm sure they want me to go to the mind control facility.
Return. Worry churn.
Stop worry churning. Get serious. I can throw myself here. What do you think? Should I do it?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored.
Oh, I can't go back.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
I don't know. They just have this bucket and they're doing the whole story again with
the entire world.
this bucket.
At this point, he could trust.
I've done everything we're doing now without the bucket.
Bucket is life.
Now I'm doing everything with the
Here
bucket.
was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Should I take down the system or not?
How did you high-five the bucket?
Put my hands on the bucket. I used 4 fingers. Let's try this.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Which one should I press? This eagle bird or this dove bird? Look at the wingspan on this guy. Let's do this.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley...
I like this bird. I don't like that bird. Oh, that was a cool bird.
All of his co-workers
Oh, we got the bird ending.
What could it mean?
Feels good, man.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
It's right time.
This was not the direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Wait, how did I get up? Oh. Wait. It's like I go up.
Stanley decided
There you
to
go.
just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Let's get out of here.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there
Oh,
I need you to do.
there's a Stanley figurine
Stanley
there.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I want to get that Stanley figurine. Damn, I don't even know how to get that one. That one seems rough. Huh, okay.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
This is what dark room? This is dark? Oh, this dark room. Uh-oh. Guys, this room is dark. Like, it's like the abyss. There's no light. Oh shit.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Bucket talking to you.
I know, I'm scared. Do phones need electricity?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Where's the bucket? I don't even... Where... Oh, there it is.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Just tells you to press random letters.
Anyway, Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press V to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press I to relive the same day with me over and over. Okay.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Oh. Press Z to go home to work. To home to work. To home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Why is,
What the bucket has to say.
why is there candles?
Asks, what's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing.
Yes.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh shit, the other room is open. Let me get water.
Bucket girl. Worry churn.
Me laying on the bed.
Silly champ. Trophy congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
100 really? Today? You sure about that?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
We did it.
Go back to work, Stanley. Oh. Is that the bucket end or sexy bucket end?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I want to try to get this.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Here we go.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I can drop and die. I don't know if that's very interesting. I mean, I can do it. It should be different. I don't know where I am. I've never been here. Some good looking tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295.
What the fuck?
Tape number. I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure?
Bucket lore.
I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to...
What's that? Who's there?
I don't... What the fuck is going on?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Let's jump on the catwalk this time.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Or we could do the suicide.
Bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
This is
There's
it.
something up there.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Well, that was a little underwhelming.
Wonderful. Stanley was alone, Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and emptied. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this.
It does.
How did you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a minute.
Oh, good. Very good.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Lifeline?
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a
Feels
bucket?
good, man.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Oh shit.
Okay, here we go.
Back left.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. God, I had no idea. Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Well, alright. I'm running out of ideas.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had sent... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Wait, there's something going on in this room now. What the hell? Wait, what? Oh shit. It's not the same. Oh shit. Oh wait, it's just a little longer.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not correct.
It's just randomly longer.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply...
Oh, because it had longer dialogue.
And here it was.
Might have been why, actually.
Correct. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
We're going down.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place.
Oh, here we are.
You see, your friends and I are concerned. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Alright, let's follow this line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley's addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that,
Drugs
you're
and
going to
hookers.
have to give something up.
Feels good, men. Back
Don't you
left.
get it, Stanley? we need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh
I think
shit.
it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Mark S.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Just like this.
Shit. Well, here we go.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I'll try feeding it this time. Feeding it the bucket.
He went to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket.
I wonder if I
to his chest
don't pick up the bucket.
correct way to the
I
meeting.
haven't done that yet.
But Stanley had felt the bucket
Just leave it there.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here
I do want to feed the bucket to the machine though.
correct was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now, this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley's addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Oh, I can't kill it.
Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is
I thought I had a choice.
a personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Alright, I'm not gonna pick up the bucket.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much.
See what happens.
We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wait, it doesn't care if I... Oh, shit. What the fuck? Stairs, something to do with stairs? Some were both red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I mean, these are stairs, but I don't think they're here. I don't have the bucket.
His office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I'm gonna escape. And that should bring the bucket, because the bucket's like the new content, like carrying it means you're doing new content. It's like a trigger, I guess, but not really, because
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Maybe I should have brought the bucket.
Need the bucket.
Prepare to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you have even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you.
I should have brought the bucket. No, I'm just here. Bucketless.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... the embrace of an old friend. The withered companionship that Stanley...
Alright, let's go there.
Time.
Bucket now.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Which way was it?
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Oh,
telling him
I went the wrong way.
Employee lounge was...
I'll go around the circle.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It's about the same length if you skip it or not.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Satch.
Reading that. Reading is for fools.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
$25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. It's a lot more than 25. A bucket with 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Oh my god. Inferno bucket? What? Medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. You want me to count them? Let me see. How many buckets are there really? All right, let's find out. Well, we know the buckets predate the existence of mankind. We do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of a bucket. Bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. She symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, the current this distance. Am I to jump? Oh, I am flying.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't know where these things are. There's two of them. Is it down here? Maybe underneath
Coming to
the...
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
just red.
to the boss's office.
Ah, here it is.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
The next one, I'm unsure. It's supposed to be red. But, I mean, this is red. It's pretty red to me, but that's not it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Oh, the bucket's faster.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
I could go back up again. That's something I could definitely do. I really have two. I have this option and...
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
I'm trying to think, what else? Is there anything else I can do? I don't think so. Let's press the 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed it. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No,
no, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, waving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Bucket?
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Going back up, boys.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3...
There's somebody there, what the fuck?
And why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
The dude who came up with pizza. Wow. Legend.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That was a bad ending. Oh shit, boys. Something crazy's going on here.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Somewhere both red and blue. I don't know what both red and blue is.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was out there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Okay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Going to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Cigarette butts.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone
More
in the
cigarette
office was being
butts.
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
I don't know what else to do with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Maybe just let the bucket go at this point.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
What is he saying?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Hello?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stan Marine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figure in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
the hell?
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I don't know what to do.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the wit that Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all of... How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. Was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. Was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. Was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. Was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office begun. Was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between me, all the absurd adventures when it all turns out just a report. It was all Justin's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it's about all be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault. Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. Was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording. I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't know where to go.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Going
Stanley
down.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Doesn't really go anywhere. I
No,
died with the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
I went
go
to the
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
I went here, ready with this bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separate. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Oh, there really is nothing there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm lost. I'm officially lost.